I've done that.
Okay, it shows you have started recording.
Oh, okay. So all this thing I'm talking all this while, it's not recorded. Wow.
Yeah, and that was the best part of Mandela.
Yeah.
But just to observation, Prof. President Mandela was also criticized by some people because of his leadership style.
Yeah. No, definitely, he has his own criticisms. Even among his own people, the blacks.
Yeah.
Some black also criticize some black. Even in South Africa, he's a sellout. Okay, you see. So those are part of the criticisms. Some blacks say he's a sellout. That he did not create opportunities for blacks. That is also a criticism. But when you compare the opportunities the black have actually gotten since the end of apartheid, then I think it's better off than when they were under apartheid regime. You see, because if there is a noise or a speaker where you are, you can please unmute so that it will not be re-echoing. I think there's a noise on the background. Yeah. So there are so many criticisms. Of course, white South African have some criticisms against him, as well as black South African. But in life, you can't please everybody, can you see? But we must also put it into perspective that the merits or the positive attributes to Nelson Mandela is more than the negative criticisms against him. Do you agree with me, Eric?
Prof, yes, I do agree. And I think it's just a reminder for leaders and people in leadership that you will not be able to please everybody. But it doesn't necessarily mean that you shouldn't aspire to have those characteristics.
Definitely. Yeah, definitely. So you can't please everyone. But I tell you, the praises, and of course the accolades, and of course the recognition, and of course the positive attributes to Nelson Mandela is more than the criticisms of Nelson Mandela. More than the criticism. Many books have been written on Nelson Mandela, both the one he wrote by himself and the one people are writing, and not just even African writers, to say European writers, American writers are writing about him up to today. Can you see? So Nelson Mandela is a global icon. It's a global icon. Can you see? So I think in Africa, he's the best in leadership in Africa. I believe so. In Africa as a whole, he's one of the most popular, one of the most recognized icons when it comes to leadership. You see, Africa has not been blessed with a leader as recognized, as popular, as respected like Nelson Mandela. You see? So that's it. And of course, that is why you see that a book by Robin and George, which is of course originally a foreign book, also recognized that. You see, the relevance of Nelson Mandela when it comes to leadership. You can see people visit him. Barack Obama has visited him in the village in Krumbu. Bill Clinton has visited him in the village in Krumbu. Most of the leaders that come to South Africa, they go to his village to see him. You see, at this, if at all there's nothing there, just to draw an inspiration from this man that the world respected and recognized so much. You see, so many people, and in fact, I have his certificate there. If you look at some of the certificate on my wall, I don't know if you can see them. Some of the certificate on my wall. Can you see?
Yes, yeah. We see. I can see.
Yeah, this is a certificate given to me by Nelson Mandela. You see, this is a certificate given to me during his 93rd 93rd year birthday. That was the certificate given to me by Tata Nelson Mandela. That is it. Can you see the certificate?
Yes, Prof. Thank you for your. Yeah, it's reading. Thank you for your.
So those are certificates, that Nelson Mandela sent to me during his 93rd birthday. Can you see? I wrote to him to wish him a happy birthday, and I developed a poster for him. This was the poster I developed for Nelson Mandela. And you see the poster. And I presented this poster at the University of Exeter in the UK, in Britain. This particular poster. Yeah, I prepared it for Nelson Mandela, and I also went to present it at a conference at the University of Exeter in the United Kingdom. And Nelson Mandela sent me that certificate for his foundation. Can you see?
Wow.
So that is to show you that he is not an icon that doesn't touch people. He touched humanity. I was even surprised when I received his certificate, because I sent the poster to his foundation, and he responded to me. Can you see? During his 93rd birthday, 93 years birthday. Can you see? So that is Nelson Mandela for you. Can you see? I was surprised when I received his certificate. An envelope came. I was wondering, where is this coming from? I opened, it was Nelson Mandela's certificate to me. And so he's a global icon. He knows how to touch humanity. He has a soft touch. And you can see during his tenure, the rugby team in South Africa got the World Cup. Can you see? Won the World Cup. And he was able to, of course, ginger and, of course, inspire the team through the captain of the team, a white colleague of the team, to succeed and win the cup for South Africa. And you see, he was able to win humanity. He was able to win the heart. He was able to inspire. He was able to influence. Leadership is all about influence. You see, being able to influence, being able to inspire. Leadership is also about inspiration. Can you see? Just about inspiration. All right. Thank you very much for reminding me to start recording. It would have been nice if we have recorded part of the introduction of the study, but no problem. We will continue to discuss. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, leadership. What is leadership? Leadership is the ability to influence a group towards the achievement of goals. The ability to influence. Can you see? So there's a difference between leadership and management, although managers are also leaders, but managers have moved through the hierarchies of an organization, either through promotion. That is why all managers may not be leader in their actions. Can you see? So management is the use of authority inherent in designated formal rank to obtain compliance from organization members. So you are respected, you are recognized, you are listened to because of the position you occupy as a manager. But for a leader, you may not even occupy any position, but your ability to influence a group towards the achievement of goal makes you a leader. Can you see? And a leader must have followers, those who believe in him. Can you see? That is why across the globe, we have people who we recognize as leaders. And of course, these people have influenced other people, not because they are seated in a particular organization hierarchy, but they have influenced people either through their words, either through their action, either through the message that they are spreading. For instance, Martin Luther King is recognized as a leader because he has followers. When Martin Luther King wants to speak, you will see multitude, both black, white, Indians, multitude gathering. If you watch his speech on I Have a Dream, can you see? Martin Luther was just a Methodist priest. Can you see? He was a reverend. Can you see? But through his oratory power, he was able to win the heart of many people. And he was able to also change things in America. And you see, he was able to change things because the time of Martin Luther King was when there was heavy suppression on the blacks or people of color in America. And most of his effort, most of his protest led to the need to address most of those challenges in the US. And you see? So leadership is about influence. Influence. The ability to influence a group towards the achievement of goals. And with regard to management, management is the use of authority inherent in designated formal rank to obtain compliance from organization. For instance, now, let me take in my institution, my dean is a manager. But for the fact that my dean is a manager, that does not make me to see him as a leader if he is exhibiting certain leadership trait that is not actually in the best interest of the organization. You see? So under such circumstances, he may be leader in terms of management, managing the establishment, but of course, the followers are not influenced because of what he has or what he's doing, but the followers are just obeying because of the designated formal rank that he possessed in the organization. You see? So that is the difference, that is the distinction between leadership and, of course, management. Now, leadership has got so many theories that inform leadership. What makes leaders leaders? You see? And of course, the first or the incipient theory of leadership was what is referred to as the trait theory. Trait. That there are certain traits that make someone a leader. Can you see? There are certain traits. There are certain things you can trade from someone that makes him a leader. So trait theory of leadership is of the view that consider personality. Theories that consider personality and, of course, social, physical, and intellectual traits to distinguish leaders from non-leaders. Okay, so it is a theory. Trait theories are theories that consider personality, social, physical, and intellectual trait to differentiate a leader from a non-leader. That is to say that it says that there are certain qualities that make someone to be a leader that one can see, and some of those traits that the trait theories have enumerated. In fact, the trait theory enumerated more than 300 traits that makes a leader, that distinguish a leader from non-leader. But out of those many traits, of course, some authorities were able to compress and reduce many of those traits to just about 7 traits. Can you see? So the 7 traits that have been recognized are ambition. That leaders are ambitious and leaders must have energy. For instance, if we connect it to Nelson Mandela leadership, you can see Mandela, in actual sense, was ambitious. If you look at the fact that during apartheid period, many people will be wondering, why is he struggling? He will die in this process. Can you see? Let's just relax and leave the white to continue to rule. Can you see? So it was something unthinkable in this time. He was ambitious and he has the energy to travel from one place to other, energy to speak, energy to mobilize crowd, energy a leader must have energy. And a leader must be ambitious. Can you see? And another, that is, of course, emphasis from trait theory. And of course, another trait that a leader can possess is, yeah.
Prof, can you share the slide show for us as well?
Whose slide is that?
Your slides. Can you share it? We can't see it.
Oh, you can see it. Okay, sorry about that.
Yeah. No worries.
Oh, okay. Let me share it. I thought it was. I didn't know when we. All right. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Prof.
Okay. Apology about that. I think my mouse pointer must have pressed the share button when I was trying to activate the video. So that is the recording. Okay. Thank you very much. All right. So some of these traits are the traits that distinguish, that is perceived from the trait theorists, that distinguishes a leader from non-leader, that a leader should be ambitious, that a leader must have ambition and energy, that a leader must desire to lead. And I told you, even in terms of Mandela's leadership, exercising of leadership. And of course, a leader must be honest and integrity. A leader must have honesty. A leader must be a honest person and a man of integrity, just like Mandela is reflected. And of course, a leader must be self-confident. Can you see? Self-confidence. A leader must be intelligent. And of course, Nelson Mandela is an intelligent man. A leader must have high self-monitoring. That is, a leader must monitor himself. You don't do everything anyhow because the whole world is looking at you. People are following you. So a leader must be self-monitoring, monitoring what you do, how you eat, and of course, how you behave in the public. And of course, a leader must have job-relevant knowledge. That is to say, you must have the skills. Can you see? You must have the skill to be a leader. And of course, if you are a leader in an accounting firm, you must have the accounting knowledge. You must either be a chartered accountant or you must have done an accounting in the university. That is job-relevant knowledge. Can you see? So a leader, these are some of the traits that were actually enumerated for a leader. Can you see? So now also these particular traits that have been mentioned is almost related to the Big Five personality model. Can you see? Big Five personality model. A personality assessment model that taps 5 basic dimensions. Now, Big Five is of the view that for someone to be a leader, you must be an extrovert, extraversion. That is a personality dimension describing someone who is sociable, gregarious, and assertive. Can you see? A leader must be somebody who is outspoken. A leader must not just be a cool someone. A leader must be sociable. Can you see? And of course, another aspect of Big Five personality model, a personality assessment model, is that a leader must be agreeable. Can you see? Agreeableness. That is a personality dimension that describes someone who is good-natured, cooperative, and of course, trusting. And another aspect of tying to the trait theory of leadership, with, of course, the Big Five personality model, is conscientiousness. That is a personality dimension that describes someone who is responsible, dependable, persistent, and of course, organized. And of course, almost tied to the trait theory is also issues of emotional stability. That a leader must be emotionally stable. A leader must be emotionally stable. The personality dimension that characterizes someone as calm, someone who is calm, self-confident, and secured, which is positive, as opposed to being nervous, depressed, and of course insecure, which is negative. For instance, Nelson Mandela was a very calm person, as opposed to a person like Adolf Hitler, who is always nervous, depressed, and always insecure, very watchful, and very vengeful also, So that is how you can distinguish between a personality of leader with regards to emotional stability. And of course, openness to experience. A personality dimension that characterizes someone in terms of imagination, sensitivity, and of course, curiosity. That is to say that a leader must also be innovative. So that is how the Big Five personality model relates to the trait theory of leadership. We progress. However, the trait theory has its own limitation. Can you see? Many scientists started wondering, how can we just say that certain traits actually makes one a leader or distinguishes a leader from non-leaders? So as a result of most of the other authorities contesting or criticizing the trait theory, we recognize certain limitations that are inherent in the trait theory. The first limitation there is that there is no universal trait found that predict leadership in all situations. Now, there's no universal trait that we cannot say this trait is exactly this number of trait in this leader is the same trait in this other leader is the same trait in this other leader. So there's no universal trait found that predict leadership in all situations. The second limitation is that traits predict behavior better in weak than strong situation. That is one of the criticisms. Another limitation is that unclear evidence of the cause and effect of relationship of leadership and trait. One of the criticisms is that there is unclear evidence of the cause and effect of the relationship between leadership and, of course, the traits theory. And another criticism is that trait theory is a better predictor of the appearance of leadership than distinguishing between effective and ineffective leadership, because there are certain traits you want to see. But now the criticism is that we are just looking at appearance without checking what makes a leader effective or ineffective. So these were the criticisms of trait theory. Now, owing to the criticism of trait theory, or as a result of the criticisms of trait theory, other researchers began to investigate other issues around leadership in order to find alternative to trait theory. And that led to what is called behavioral theories of leadership. Behavioral theories of leadership is a theory proposing that certain behavior differentiate leaders from non-leaders. You see, that certain behaviors differentiate leaders from non-leaders, not traits. That leaders exhibit certain behavior that will make us to know, oh, this one is a leader. Now, with regards to trait theory, if we say that there are certain things that distinguishes a leader, some traits, then in that case, people are born with those traits. Can you see? So if we say that people are born with those traits, then leadership cannot be taught. In other words, we have now to conclude that under trait theory, leaders are born and not made. Can you see? Leaders are born and not made under trait theory. However, the new theory, behavioral theory, who says that specific behavior differentiate leaders from non-leader, is of the view that, okay, since there are certain behaviors that distinguishes leaders from non-leader, meaning that these behaviors can also be taught in school. Can you see? So with regards to behavioral theories, leaders are made and not born. Can you see? So with trait theory, there are certain inherent traits that one is born with. But in terms of behavioral theory, there are behaviors that leaders exhibit that makes us to recognize that they are leaders. And if at all that there are behaviors that leaders exhibit, then we can teach this behavior in universities or in schools. And of course, as a result of that, many leadership schools started emerging. We have Harvard Business School of Leadership. We have, of course, Oxford School of Leadership. We have, of course, so many schools, even University of Johannesburg have a school of leadership. And of course, so many schools of leadership have been springing up across the globe. To teach what? To teach leadership, which is almost related to the behavioral theory of leadership. All right? We progress. So now, for the fact that leadership can be taught at the university, all the different universities started, of course, undertaking research or executing research around leadership theory. And the first study that took place with regards to that was that of Ohio State University. Can you see? Which is Ohio State University Studies. You know, based on the fact that we have been told that there are certain behaviors that distinguish leaders from non-leaders, Ohio Study was able to find that there are certain behaviors that leaders exhibit in managing people. One of them is there are leaders that are always initiating structures. And of course, another finding was that there are leaders who are always considerate. They consider people. So with regards to initiating structure is the extent to which a leader is likely to define and structure his or her role and those of subordinate in search for goal attainment. And now with regards to consideration is the extent to which a leader is likely to have job relationship characterized by mutual trust, respect for subordinates' idea, and regard their feelings. So Ohio Study was able to find that some leaders always initiate structure, while others consider people working in the organization. They take the interest of the employees into consideration. Instead of always initiating structure, we have to do this, we have to do this, we have to do that, creating new things, we need to change to this, we need to that. Then there are leaders who always look into the welfare of employees and through that get the job done. You see? So these are two behaviors of leaders that have actually emerged or emanated from the Ohio studies. And of course, because now, like I told you, leadership now can be studied in school, and of course, research can be done on them in terms of the behavior. Another school, the University of Michigan study was conducted. And of course, the University of Michigan State, or the University of Michigan study was able to find two behaviors that leaders exhibit. The first one is employee. They find that some leaders are employee-oriented leaders. While, of course, another behavior that they find is that some leaders are production-oriented leaders. So if you check, of course, the Michigan study and the Ohio study, you can see that they are almost saying the same thing, but in a reverse format. But of course, saying the same thing. For instance, employee-oriented leaders may fall under consideration in terms of Ohio studies. And of course, production-oriented leader, one who emphasizes technical and task aspect of job, may fall, of course, under initiating structure of Ohio study. So both of them are almost related, only now using a different acronym and, of course, reversing the way the finding has emerged. So now, on the basis of these two findings, of Ohio study, and of course, Michigan study. Another authority or two other authorities, Blake and Morton, were able to originate 81 different leadership styles through their 9x9 matrix or 9x9 matrix, where they try their possible best now to show how leaders operate based on these two behaviors that have been identified. If you look at that graph there, you can see on the y-axis, you have concern for people, and on the x-axis, you have concern for production. Can you see? And of course, in terms of the diagram also, you can see we have, according to Blake and Morton, they developed 81 different leadership styles, but for proper discussion, they have, of course, just decided to limit it to about 5 of them. And of course, according to them, they have now leadership 1.1, leadership 1.9, leadership 5.5, leadership 9.1, leadership 9.9. Can you see? And of course, on the basis of their finding, they now want to explain to us what is happening in the diagram. According to them, which of course this diagram was also that of Blake and Morton, but this was obtained from another textbook in India by Tripathi. And you can see the diagram is still the same, only it is not in graph, but now this diagram has helped us to understand what is happening in the other diagram. And according to Blake and Morton, when there is, of course, when there is low consideration for people, and of course there is low consideration for production, it is referred to as impoverished management, which is leadership 1.1. Impoverished management, because there is low concern for people is low, and of course concern for production is low. Then it is referred to as impoverished management, because there is no management there. Can you see? There is no concern for production, and of course concern for people. And of course, Blake and Morton were of the view that if the concern for people is high and the concern for production is low, then that may be considered as country club management. I think I mentioned country club management yesterday, which is leadership 1.9. And that country club management can be also considered as laissez-faire, where everybody can do what they like, because now there is high concern for people, high consideration for people, and of course there is low consideration for production. An organization cannot succeed under such atmosphere, where there's no concern for production, because production is actually what the organization, productivity is what organizations want. So that is known as country club management, because everybody come to the organization and do what they like, and the organization is busy dying. Our organization is not performing up to optimum. Now, of course, another aspect now, that is, of course, country club. And now, when an organization or when a manager is concerned for production, when the concern for production is high, and of course, the concern for people is low, that is referred to as task management. The manager is always giving tasks without considering the people. That is referred to as task management, and it is leadership style 9.1. Now, of course, when there is a moderate concern for people and a moderate concern for production, it is referred to as damping pendulum, which is, of course, middle of the road. Can you see? Now, at the middle of the road, the management have not actually optimized or utilized the capacity of the organization, because there is moderate, middle concern for people and moderate concern, of course, for production, which is, of course, leadership style 5.5. Then, of course, Blake and Morton were able to emphasize that the best leadership style is leadership style 9.9, which is referred to as team management. And when Blake and Moulton did this, that was a long time ago. But if you notice now, in our current world, in the 21st century, emphasis now have been renewed on team management. Like I mentioned also to you yesterday. And you see, team management. So now team management is a situation where a manager has high concern for people as well as high concern for production. Can you see? So at that level, the organization is producing and utilizing people at the maximum or at the optimum level. Can you see? So that is the best managerial style, which is 9.9. And in fact, when I was actually presenting the workshop of your vice chancellor the last time, the vice chancellor was able also to allow us to see it from another angle, which of course is quite relevant. And I really appreciated him for that. And he was trying to say, if we look at it from 1.1 now, if we draw a kind of a line from 1.1 to 1.5, that we should actually try to articulate where Nust is with regards to managerial style. And some people were saying that, in fact, if we draw an arrow, okay, if we draw an arrow from 1.9 to 9.1, then Nust should be operating below the line in terms of some of the leadership approaches. You see, so the effort now should be to cross the bar. If we have drawn a straight line from 1.9 to 9.1, that the effort should not be working towards 9.9. If we move, we must draw a line above and continue to move until we get to 9.1. Does that make sense?
Yes, Prof, it makes sense. It does.
Okay. So if we draw a straight line from 1.9, which is country club, to 9.1, which is task management, we should be making effort to cross that line above towards 9.9, which is of course team management. So of course, your vice chancellor was actually able to tell us that with regards to Nust, he posed the question to other managerial cadre, the directors, and of course the deans, where do they think Nust is standing on this leadership grade? And some of them were saying, okay, Nust is above the line. Some were saying Nust should be below the line with regards to some of the things that are lacking or that need to be done with regards to leadership in the institution. All right. Is that clear?
All clear, Prof.
Fantastic. We'll progress. Great. So this is actually using this other diagram to explain what was happening in those graphs, because this graph does not actually give names to them, but this names now makes it more appealing when you explain the Blake and Moulton leadership. All right. We'll progress. And of course, like I told you, that studies are now being conducted on leadership in many universities and of course in many other regions and different environments. And on the basis of that, we have now the Scandinavia studies, which was conducted among Scandinavia scholars. And they call that development-oriented leadership. You see, development-oriented leadership. That is one who values, development-oriented leader is one who values experimentation, seeking new ideas, and generating and implementing change. And when we talk about Scandinavia studies, who are we referring to? Who are the Scandinavians? I just want to hear from you. Who are the Scandinavians? Colleagues in the class? Who are the Scandinavians?
Are those not all the countries like Norway, Oslo, Sweden, Denmark?
Fantastic.
Just guessing.
Fantastic. No, you're correct. Very correct. That is Finland, Norway, Sweden, and of course, some of those countries are referred to as Scandinavian countries. All right. So that is to say that the research was conducted among the Scandinavia. So researchers in Finland and Sweden question whether there are only two dimensions, production-oriented and employee orientation, that capture the essence of leadership behavior. And see, their premise is that in a changing world, effective leaders will exhibit development-oriented behaviors. And see, in a changing world, effective leaders must exhibit development-oriented behavior. And of course, this now ties to issues of course, innovation. And see, the leaders must become more innovative in terms of what they do under a changing world. You see? So that is, of course, the Scandinavia study. So their study is actually focused on developmental-oriented leadership. All right. And of course, we move to contingency theory of leadership. You see? Which was propounded by Fedler contingency model, quite a complicated leadership theory. The theory that effective group depend on a proper match between a leader's style of interacting with subordinates and the degree to which the situation gives control to and influence to the leader. Now, of course, the contingency theory is also looking at the least preferred co-worker questionnaire in terms of an instrument that purports to measure whether a person is task or relationship oriented person. And of course, freedom model defining the situation. The first one is leader-member relationship, the degree of confidence, trust, and respect subordinates have in their leader, and of course, task structure, which is, of course, the degree. These two also form part of the initial leadership behavior that was identified by Ohio and, of course, the Michigan study. Task structure, which is, of course, the degree to which the job assignments are proceduralized or structured or unstructured. And the third dimension that entered into, of course, Fiedler's model is position power, which is, of course, the influence derived from one's former structural position in the organization. Include power to hire, fire, discipline, promote, and give salary increases. All right. So, according to Fedler, according to Fiedler, some of this name, you have to really wind your tongue. According to Fiedler's model, if you look at the dot there, you see task-oriented leaders. And of course, if you look at, of course, the dot diagram, the lines, you see that task-oriented is dotted. And of course, relationship-oriented is not dotted, is the line there starting from favorable to unfavorable. So the argument of Fedler in terms of leader-member exchange theory is that, of course, leader-member relationship, if you look at there, 1, 2, 3, and of course, the next one there is, of course, 5. So what is trying to emphasize is that relationship-oriented leaders work better under favorable situation, and of course under favorable situation and unfavorable situation, which is of course the diagram there. And of course, task-oriented leaders work under moderate situation, work better under moderate situation. That is actually what the diagram is trying to allude, to. So this is actually Fiedler's model, which is trying to explain where the kind of leadership approach that a leader can adopt under favorable and unfavorable circumstances. Whether a leader can adopt task-oriented or relationship-oriented based on the information available. All right. Now we'll move to the next one, which is, of course, the cognitive theory, which is still Fedler's theory, another theory, because of the complication of the first theory of Fedler, he came up with another theory, which is, of course, a cognitive resources theory. Fedler was, the theory is a theory of leadership that states that stress can unfavorably affect a situation, and that intelligence and experience can lessen the influence of stress on the leader. And of course, it has a kind of research support. There's an emphasis here that less intelligent individuals perform better in leadership role under high stress than more intelligent individuals. Why? Because more intelligent individuals are very cognitive of what is happening. They apprehend what is happening, and that can kind of give them some kind of anxiety and fear. So less intelligent people, they are not very cognitive. They may even excel in leadership under a very stressful situation or difficult situation. That is a theory of leadership that states that stress can unfavorably affect a situation, and that intelligence and experience can lessen the influence of stress on the leader. And of course, research support also less experienced people perform better in leadership role under low stress than do more experienced people, you know. So those are some of the research support with regards to cognitive resource theory. All right. Now we'll move to another contingency theory, which is that of Hersey and Blanchard situational theory. According to Hersey and Blanchard situational theory, it's a situational theory. Situational theory is also part of a contingency, that a situation warrants the kind of approach a leader will adopt. So, and of course, the focus of Hersey and Blanchard situational leadership theory is that it's a contingency theory that focuses on followers' readiness. That we adopt different approaches to leadership based on the readiness and, of course, willingness of our followers. Can you see? So if you look at the diagram there, you will see that the first one is employees, followers' readiness in the green box, ability and willingness. So the advice, and of course, on the blue box there, you see leadership, decreasing need for support and supervision. So you can look at there, when employees or subordinates are unable and unwilling, it is much more appropriate for a leader to adopt directive leadership. Can you see? When you direct, you instruct. Can you see? And of course, when employees are unable but willing, I think it is much more better to adopt what is referred to as, what is referred to as high tax and relationship orientations. Can you see? And of course, when a leader, when subordinates are able and unwilling, I think the advice is that a leader can adopt supportive and participative leadership. And of course, when subordinates or employees are able as well as willing, leaders should just monitor. You don't need to lead them. You don't need to so much supervise them. Just monitor what they do and leave them to execute the task the way they can, because they are able to do it and they are willing. So leaders should decrease the need for support as well as supervision when employees or subordinates are able and willing. So different approaches to leadership should be applied based on the willingness and readiness and ability of subordinates or employees. Is that clear?
Yes, Prof, that's clear.
Fantastic. We'll progress. And of course, the diagram is also reflected here, repeated here in a different format. You can see the unwilling, followers readiness, unwilling and able, use supportive participative leadership approach. Willing and able, use monitoring in the right hand side of the box. Then unable and unwilling, use directive on the lower part, left hand side of the box. Then when employees are unable and willing, use high tax and of course relationship orientation. So these are different leadership styles. It's also a kind of reinforcing what I've explained in the previous slide. Now, another aspect of leadership theory is, of course, the leader-member exchange theory. Can you see? The leader-member exchange theory. Leader-member exchange theory is a theory that emphasizes that leaders create in-group and out-group. And subordinate with in-group status will have higher performance rating, less turnover, and greater job satisfaction. A very good way of looking at leader exchange member theory was during the apartheid period. Can you see? And even after the end of apartheid, there are instances where managers just treat certain individuals in the organization as second-class members of the organization. And there are certain groups he takes closer to him as in-group. And this may be because of race, or because of gender, or because of national origin, whatever. Can you see? So a situation where leaders create in-group and out-group. And of course, like during the apartheid period, it can also happen at a national level. During the apartheid period, the blacks were restricted from accessing opportunity. Can you see? So the opportunity was, of course, reserved. National opportunity was reserved for the whites. That is creating an in-group. Can you see? Then, of course, the blacks are the out-group during those struggle. Can you see? So then definitely within the workplace, those people who have been favored will certainly perform better, will certainly like to continue working with the organization if it is an organization, and will certainly be the ones to have job satisfaction compared to the out group. So there are leadership who adopt this kind of approach, even up to today in our modern organization. We see them every time. Leaders favoring certain members of their organization, having a normal informal relationship with them, unlike the kind of relationship they will have with the out group people. This is a very good illustration of that. You can see the two groups there, group subordinate A, B, C, may be considered as the in group, and subordinate D, E, F may be considered as the out group. Can you see? Now, with regards to relationship with the out group, there's a formal organizational relationship. Leaders lead formally. There's no real personal connection between the leader and, of course, the subordinate. But with regard to the relationship with the in-group, there's trust. There's high interaction. That may not be formal, but informal. And most of the leaders, normally, when they are selecting their in-group, they look for people who are personally compatible with them, either as a result of race, either as a result of gender, or whatever. You see, personal compatibility, subordinate competence, and of course, extroverted personalities. You see, which of course are related to the leaders. So one thing we must keep in mind is that if we have an organization where a leader is practicing this kind of leadership style, those in the in-group will certainly succeed more than those in the out group in terms of performance appraisal, in terms of course, productivity, because those in the in-group are very free to do what they like in the organization. They can experiment so many things. They can, of course, have more cordial relationship, and they are at ease in the organization. But those who are in the out group, they fear, they have anxiety, they don't know what they will do. that will provoke the leader. Can you see? And it goes to issues of self-fulfilling prophecy, that those in the in-group will definitely succeed more than those in the out-group. Can you see? So there are leaders that manage in that way with regards to leader-member exchange theory, where some leaders create in-group and out-group among their members within an organization or among the subordinates within an organization. All right. Another leadership theory by Vroom is, of course, Pupkewitz theory. Pupkewitz theory. That is the theory that it is the leader's job to assist followers in attaining their goals and to provide them the necessary direction and or support to ensure that their goals are compatible with the overall objective of the group or organization. Can you see? Now, that is to show that leader show direction, can you see, towards the attainment of the goals of subordinates and provide them the necessary direction. Leaders provide necessary direction and support to ensure that their goals are compatible, to ensure that the goals of individual employees are compatible with the overall objective of the group or organization. Because when there is incompatibility between the employee's goal and that of the organization's goal, definitely there will certainly be a clash of interest sometime. Can you see? So, of course, on the basis of this, leaders must make sure that they show direction and also ensure that their goals, that the goals of employees are compatible with the overall objective of the organization. So Pupkewitz theory, with regards to Pupkewitz theory, when we talk about leaders' behavior, leaders directive, use directive behavior, achievement-oriented behavior, participative behavior, and of course, supportive behavior. So leaders can use any of this behavior depending on the circumstances at the moment. And of course, this behavior of leaders are of course moderated by environmental contingency factors such as the task structure. They had this task was structured in the organization, formal authority of the system, and of course work group within the system. That is from the environmental contingency factor. With regards to that also, there's also subordinate contingency factor. That is a locus of control, that is subordinates who have high control and believe in themselves, that their success comes from them and not from outside. Or though there are also employees who believe that their success is from the outside and their failure is caused by outside. So those who have locus of control will certainly moderate the leadership behavior. And of course, experience will be a moderator, and of course also perceivability will be a moderator, and of course the outcome will be either performance increase and of course job satisfaction when it comes to Pupkewitz theory. All right, we'll progress. The next one is leader participation model. Leader participation model is of the view that leader participation model that was developed by Victor Vroom and of course Philip Yates. A leadership theory that provides a set of rules to determine the form and amount of participative decision-making in different situations. That is to say that what will warrant a leader to adopt a participative decision-making where you allow other members of the organization to participate in the decision that you are about to make. What will inform that? Of course, these are some of the contingency variables in the reverse leader participation model. One is the importance of the decision. If the decision is very, very important, there may be a need to invite more people to contribute so that, of course, everybody can, of course, have their own views and voice, and, of course, be committed to the decision that is about to be made. Can you see? And, of course, the importance of obtaining followers' commitment to decision. If it is very important to obtain the followers' commitment to decision, definitely participative decision making will be the best leader participation model, because definitely when subordinates contribute in making decision, they take ownership of that decision, because they cannot come back tomorrow to relegate or say, no, we are not part of this decision making. Because they have been part and parcel of the decision, they will be committed to such kind of decision. And see, they will see the decision as their own decision. Number three is whether the leader has sufficient information to make a good decision. If the leader has sufficient information, of course, the leader can make the decision. But if he lacks certain technical expertise related to some aspect of the decision, there will be a need for participative decision making. Now, another aspect is how structured the problem is. How structured. If the problem is well structured, then definitely a leader may not, of course, need so many people to make decisions. But if of course, the problem is unstructured, definitely there may be a need to gather information from different environment with regards to decision making. Number five is whether an autocratic decision would receive followers' commitment. That is when a single leader makes a decision without solicit or without be received by followers, and are the followers going to be committed to that decision? Sometimes followers can refuse an autocratic decision and feel that they were not consulted with regards to decision. So under such circumstances, we'll have to use, of course, a participative decision. But if followers are the ones who accept easily, definitely we can, of course, take a decision and explain later to followers. Whether followers buy into the organization goal. Can you see? If the followers buy into the organization's goal, then definitely, of course, there may be a need for one to make a decision when the decision is very critical. But of course, if followers do not buy into the organization goal, there may be a need to involve all of them so that they can contribute and share their views in terms of the decision that is about to be made. And of course, whether there is likely to be conflict among followers over solution alternative. If there are likely to be conflict among followers over solution alternative, then it may be wiser for the leader to take a decision, because conglomerating different people now for participative decision may create additional conflict in the organization. Whether followers have the necessary information to make a good decision. If followers have the necessary information to contribute to the decision, it may be necessary to use a participative decision approach. But if followers lack the necessary information, there's no need to constitute followers for decision making. Time constraint in the leader that may limit followers' involvement. If there's a time constraint to make a decision, if there's emergency, definitely leaders have to make a decision instead of wasting time constituting all members to participate in the decision. Whether cost to bring geographically dispersed members together is justified. Definitely, if the cost is justified, leaders can, of course, make a consensus decision. Whether there's likely to be, whether followers buy in, whether followers have the necessary information, we're speaking about that. Time constraint on the leader, okay, if there's time constraint, leader can make decision. Whether cost to bring geographically dispersed members together is justified. If it is justified, if the fund is available, then it may be need to bring everybody. But if it is not justified, if it will cost the organization more, then definitely the leader can take a decision and later inform members through any means. The importance to the leader to minimize the time it takes to make decisions. If it is very important that there is a need to minimize the time it takes to make decisions, definitely the leader can take a non-participative decision making. But if it is not important for the leader to minimize the time, then definitely the leader can make a participative decision. Importance of using participation as a tool for developing followers' decision skill. If you want to develop more followers or subordinate decision skill, definitely the leader may need to utilize participative model. But if there's no need to develop other followers for the time being, then definitely a leader can use a non-participative information decision making, or in terms of making a decision within the organization. All right. That is that. That's the end of the first slide on leadership. Any question? Any question,
Professor?
Any question, colleagues?
No questions so far.
Okay. From the ladies, any question?
No questions, Prof.
Fantastic, fantastic. All right, we'll progress. We'll move to contemporary issues in leadership. But before that, we can take a 3 minutes stretch out break. Just 3 minutes.
What's happening now? Are we on a break?
Yeah.
3 minutes.
Yeah, he said stretch. Oh, no.
I'm trying to help Claude to get into the meeting.
Oh, okay, yes. Please help.
Yeah.
What's wrong, Memory?
Tired.
Tired.
Mm.
It's all the soccer, I'm sure.
Mm.
All right. Colleagues, are you all back? Are you guys back?
I hope so.
Yes, Professor.
Yes, we are back, Prof.
Fantastic. Okay. Let me see how many of us are in the class now.
12, including yourself.
Oh, okay. Okay. So we'll form a big quorum. Fantastic. All right. Are you seeing the slide?
Yes, Prof.
Yes.
Yes, Prof. Chapter 13, right?
Yes, we progress. We progress. And let me see where it is positioned in your recommended textbook. Yeah, we're on the same page. Because I know that I have to change the chapters. One of my last lecture, because the old edition, there's a slight change between that and the current edition with regards to chapters. All right. So I decided to harmonize them. Great. Now we move to contemporary issues in leadership. Contemporary issues in leadership. And some of the things we'll be discussing here is to show how framing influences leadership effectiveness, define charismatic leadership, and of course, show how it influences followers, contrast transformational and transactional leadership, and discuss how transformational leadership works, define authentic leadership, and show why ethics and trust are vital to effective leadership, identify the 3 types of trust, demonstrate the importance of mentoring, self-leadership, and visual leadership to our understanding of leadership, identify when leadership may not be necessary. I think that particular one is not really very critical. Explain how to find and create effective leaders. Assess whether charismatic and transformational leadership generalizes across culture. Assess whether charismatic and transformational leadership generalizes across culture. There's somebody whose system is making noise. Please, if you can mute now, so that you don't interrupt the class. All right. We'll progress. Now, inspirational approach to leadership. And I told you when we started leadership that leadership is all about influence and inspiration, inspiring people. Can you see? And of course, the focus is leaders as communicators, which is why, of course, communication is also part of your handbook or part of your course outline. Can you see? Leaders as communicators, framing. The first aspect is framing. Framing is a way of communicating that shapes meaning. You see, framing is a way of communicating that shapes meanings. Some people communicate without meaning. That is when they say what you are saying is meaningless. Can you see? But a leader must be able to, a leader must be able to frame his statement or his communication in such a way that people you are communicating to can derive meaning out of it. Can you see? And I remember when I give feedback to my PhD student, there are instances when I say, no, rephrase, this is meaningless. Or at times I would say, this is nonsense, or it doesn't make sense. This does not make sense. This is meaningless, So I give those kind of feedback because what is writing is not making meaning to me. I see. The same way a leader may communicate to subordinate and it doesn't make meaning to the subordinates. So a leader must be a good communicator, know how to communicate in such a way that meaning is derived from that communication, so that those who are receiving that communication can understand what he's trying to talk about. So there should be a way a leader should be framing how he communicates to other people or followers or subordinates. Can you see? And when you look at great leaders, the way they carry people along, if you listen to Martin Luther King's speech, you want to watch it over and over again. Can you see? He takes it, draw it one after the other, and hit it. He knows when to take it high and know when to bring it cool. Can you see? So a leader should be able to be an orator. And of course, you can see Barack Obama. When Barack Obama wanted to was contesting for the American presidency, you can see the way he talks. Can you see? You can see the way he talks. He communicates fluently. Yes. America, change has come to America. His emphasis on change. Tonight, change has come to America. Can you see? So, meaning, the way the oratory is what, of course, move people to you. You inspire people through your words. You see? And of course, when you see Nelson Mandela speaks also, you can see his voice, unique. You see? You can see his voice. Whenever you hear Madiba's voice, yes, this is his voice. Nobody else have this kind of voice. He doesn't speak like a British, he doesn't speak, but the whole world knows this voice. You see? Hello, my people. So there is a way, if you hear Mandela's voice, it re-echoes. You see? So they know, great leaders know how to use words, how to use communication to win people along. You see? So framing, they use what is known as framing, which is a way of communicating that shape meaning. Selective highlighting of facts and events. Ignore this, use of framing is ignored most in traditional leadership studies, but very important for a leader. There are two contemporary leadership theories that are commonly known. The first one there is charismatic leadership, and the other one there is transformational leadership. We'll touch on that. Charismatic leadership. Charismatic leadership was propounded by a guy called House. House charismatic leadership theory. With regards to charismatic leadership, followers make attribution of heroic or extraordinary leadership ability when they observe certain behavior of the leader. Can you see? It's followers that make certain attribution of heroic, extraordinary leadership ability when they observe certain behaviors. You see? 4 characteristics of charismatic leadership include: they have vision, they are visionary leaders, are willing to take personal risks to achieve the vision. Take, for instance, Mandela, who spent 28 years in prison. Are sensitive to followers' need. They are sensitive to followers' need. Exhibit behaviors that are out of the ordinary. Can you see? They exhibit sometimes strange behavior or novel behavior that are out of the ordinary. Can you see? Those are the 4 characteristics of charismatic leaders. You see? And colleagues, I would like you guys to name some of the charismatic leaders that you know.
Che Guevara.
Che Guevara. That is of which country?
Was Bolivia. He helped with the revolution in Cuba.
Great, great, great.
Yeah. Fidel Castro.
Yeah, Che Guevara is charismatic. Yeah. Any other one? Any other charismatic leader?
Barack Obama.
Barack Obama is charismatic. Any other one?
I'm thinking of Mahatma Gandhi.
Mahatma Gandhi is charismatic, of course. Yeah. Any other one?
Closer to home. Shaka Zulu.
Shaka
Closer
Zulu.
to home. Shaka Zulu.
Okay, Shaka Zulu is charismatic, but sometimes Shaka Zulu rules with fear. You see, followers fear him. But of course, he has certain charismatic behavior. But Shaka Zulu's way is not always through influence. Shaka Zulu rules with fear, you know, something of that nature. And Shaka Zulu can also be autocratic in nature somehow, you know. So he's a great leader, no doubt, but he will be placed in the side of real military leader. Yeah, more or less a military leader. Most of the top generals in the army always reference Shaka Zulu. You know.
I see. Yeah. I agree with Prof.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Martin Luther King Jr.
Fantastic. Martin Luther King Jr. is a charismatic leader. And the other one? Richard Branson is a charismatic leader. Richard Branson is included in your book. And he's charismatic. Richard Branson. Yeah, he's a charismatic leader. And of course, even in South Africa here, Jacob Zuma was a charismatic leader during his time, before he emerged. We will discuss more about that. Even Julius Malema is charismatic in South Africa here. And of course, even Adolf Hitler was charismatic. You see, Adolf Hitler, although military later went to war, but he was charismatic, you know. That is where we will talk about the intricacies of charisma also, you know. And of course, we have so many lists.
Even Napoleon, Prof, was a charismatic leader.
Of course, Napoleon was charismatic. Napoleon somehow also has been placed under the military palace, you know, because he was a real soldier. Can you see? Napoleon was a fighter, a soldier, unlike Adolf Hitler, who entered into the Nazi movement as a civilian. Can you see? Compared to Napoleon, who was a trained soldier. Can you see? Yeah. Any other one? In Namibia, who is charismatic there in Namibia?
I would venture our first president, if I look at the characteristics here, Sam Nujoma. He had a vision, he took personal risks.
Okay.
And he had great plans for our country.
Okay. And how do people see him? Do they see that charisma in him? Has he a lot of followers? Do everybody, you know? That's just what I want to know. I know he's a great guy. I have monitored the struggle movement in Namibia when I was a student in India. And in fact, I knew when Namibia, of course, also got their independence also. So you are talking of Sam Nujoma.
Yeah, yes, Prof.
Yeah,
I think he also united Namibia just after our independence.
Oh, okay.
Everybody could look up to him to say he's going to do the right thing, which he did.
Okay.
And comparatively now with his predecessors, I still think he was a great leader.
Fantastic, fantastic. Is he still alive?
Yes, Prof, he's still alive.
Oh, fantastic. Okay. No, that is great. That is great. Yeah, no, I have read a lot. I've read a lot about him during the struggle period. I always see him on the move, you know, towards independence. He was quite popular then, you know. Yeah. All right.
What about Robert Mugabe, Prof?
Yes, Robert Mugabe was also a very charismatic leader of his own during his own time. But of course, now one thing with Robert Mugabe is along the line also he lost that charisma also.
So true. Yes.
Yeah, because of his autocratic nature. Yes. And the fact that also he wanted to rule forever. He wanted to die in leadership, you know. So people started,
leadership gone wrong.
Yeah, leadership gone wrong, you know, something of that nature, you know. So that is where we will test also that not all charismatic leaders are good. We will see why it is so, you know. We will see why it is so. Charismatic is good. Charisma is good. Charisma is all about charm. Can you see? It's a charming leader. That is where charisma is coming from. Can you see? So followers make attribution of heroic or extraordinary leadership ability when they observe the character or when they observe certain behavior of a charismatic leader. And 4 characteristics of charismatic leader include they have vision, new vision. And of course, another aspect is they are willing to take personal risks to achieve the vision. And another aspect is they are sensitive to followers' need. They look at both all their followers' need holistically, and of course also look at their followers' need individually. Can you see? And of course, charismatic leaders exhibit behaviors that are out of the ordinary. Okay, I will give you an example with regards to Nelson Mandela. In fact, I will also send you one article on that also that was written by another fellow, you know. So, yes.
Many of the individuals you mentioned there reside either they possess either power or they are politicians. Does that mean leadership is closely affiliated with power and being a politician?
Oh, no, not really. That is why I have mentioned Richard Branson. Mr. Branson is a businessman, an entrepreneur. He's the owner of Virgin Active. He's the owner of Virgin Air. He's the owner of most of the organizations across the globe, that are of course Virgin. And I think it is his charisma. He's very sociable. His followers love him, so it's not only restricted to only politicians, and of course that is why I think we have also looked at a person like Reverend Martin Luther King, who is a priest and not a politician per se, a priest that was addressing the social evil in America during his own time, and he died for the same factor, So we have charismatic people. Even Bishop Desmond Tutu in South Africa here can be considered as also very charismatic, So it's just that, okay, colleagues have been mentioning people. Even there could be even some other top businessmen, based on what they did that were extraordinary. They have been categorized as charismatic leaders. All right. Is that clear?
That's clear.
Yeah. So you can find charismatic leaders in business. You can find them in government. You can find them in all walks of life. Can you see? Mother Teresa was charismatic. Can you see? Mother Teresa can be considered as a charismatic personality. Can you see? And of course, Princess Diana was charismatic. Can you see? That is it. So we can, of course, begin to name and begin to enumerate based on the characteristics that people have exhibited during their lifetime. You see? Even within university institutions, there are some vice chancellors that are more charismatic than others. Can you see? More charismatic than others, depending on what they did in the institution. Can you see? And how they have followers, admirers, those who attribute charisma to them. You see? So traits and personalities are related to charisma, trait theory that we have discussed. And of course, the personality, yes.
I was just wondering, is it possible to give me 2 examples of leaders that you think they are not charismatic?
Leaders that I think are not charismatic?
Yes.
Okay, a good example of a leader that I can consider as not charismatic in terms of leadership. We can talk about, for instance, let me just reflect. President Choba of Zambia, he was not charismatic. Do you know President Choba? Do you know President Choba? He was not charismatic. He was a quiet individual. Even a person like, even in South Africa, President Thabo Mbeki was not charismatic, but he was more or less a transactional or to certain extent also a transformational leader. But he was not charismatic. President Thabo Mbeki was always a working person. He doesn't have time for all those charisma, and and he was even able to bump into a lot of controversies, which of course ended his leadership when ANC rose against him, and he was forced to resign. You see, so he was a good leader, no doubt about that, but he was not a charismatic leader. So many leaders are not charismatic. For instance, you cannot say that even Museveni of Uganda is charismatic. Although he's a funny leader, to a certain extent, he was a military man who was in the bush for so many years, fighting again. He fought against Idi Amin. He fought against Museveni. He was in the bush. So he was not a charismatic leader, but because the leadership in Uganda then was not performing, the people welcomed him when he emerged from the bush to topple Museveni's government. Can you see? So he was not that charismatic. Can you see? So there are leaders that are not charismatic. Even Arab Moore, late Arab Moore of Kenya, was not very charismatic. Can you see? Arab Moore. He was just a quiet kind of person, even not very friendly face. Can you see? Charisma goes also with charm, charming. Can you see? There are so many ugly leaders that are not really charming. You know, they are there. They are there. They are not charming. Of course, Nkrumah of Ghana was charismatic. Can you see?
Okay.
Of Ghana was charismatic. Now, of course, Kabila of Congo, Joseph Kabila, was not charismatic. That wasn't also fighting. You can see he doesn't smile. You see, that one is a real military guy. Even the current Rwanda president, he's a good leader. He's doing a lot of great things for Rwanda, but he's not that very charismatic. You see, he's always serious. Okay, you see, he's always serious. So,
Okay.
Yeah. So those are examples of presidential leaders that are not charismatic. And when we move to the side of the West, in the western part of the country, you cannot say that a person like, which example? Even like some of the presidents in Brussels, Belgium, some of the presidents in like Finland, we don't hear much about them. So there's not. They are good leaders, but we don't see much charisma in them. Can you see?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much. All right. So traits and personality are almost related to personality. That is to say, are always related to charisma. That is to say, somehow charisma comes from being born as charismatic traits. Some of the traits that you are born with, you can, of course, be able to charm and win people around you. And of course, personality, certain personality, and people are born with certain personality. Can you see? And of course, people can still, of course, develop their personality or, of course, alter their personality, depending on how they go about it. All right. And even I was able to explain to people that even certain people can change their personality as a result of education also. Can you see? Change their personality or change some of their characteristics or quality based on education. Compare yourself with some of your colleagues in the village that maybe you did primary school together, secondary school. Now you are in the university and they didn't progress in life with their studies. After some time, you see that they are withdrawn in life. And you begin to ask yourself, why have this person become so withdrawn or reserved? It's because of timidity. Because you have advanced in your reasoning faculty, in the way you do things. Can you see? That your very friend that you used to play with when you were a child, you may see the friend chewing mango in the street, but you cannot chew mango anyhow in the street again. Can you see? That if you you see the person in fact walking from one market to the other, eating in the street. But you may like to go to one spot and do your eating. Can you see? But that one doesn't care. That's personality. Can you see? That's personality. So human development can come also from education. Can you see? And leadership development can, of course, come also through education. That is why, as opposed to the concept that leaders are born, leaders can as well be made. Can you see? So, of course, leaders can, of course, be born and as well made. That is why, like, if I use a person like Madiba, for instance, Madiba was born a leader. He was born a traditional leader. You see, Madiba was born a prince. You see, he was born into a royal home in Krumbun. So he was supposed to, in fact, one day become a king. That is why his grandchild became the king, because Mandela did not become the king. Later on, one of the chiefs in Krumbu is Mandela's grandson. Are you guys aware of that? Are you aware of that?
No, from my side, I'm not.
Okay. So one of his grandchild is a king. He's a kind of a royal chief in the village. Can you see? So he didn't have time as a result of the struggle. So in that sense, Mandela has even been a head boy, leading the cattle, the cows, and of course all the other herds in the village before he went to school. So he got most of these original leadership skills. To lead the cattle, to lead herds, that already makes you a leader. Go to the Bible and check most of the leaders. They were head boys, like David. Can you see? They were head boys. To control a big herd of cattle and that is already leadership skill. You are learning some leadership skill. You see? So that is that. In terms of Mandela, one can say he is born a leader, and of course, he was made a leader by going to school, and of course, acquiring certain leadership knowledge. He was a trained lawyer, and apart from that, he also developed himself in other areas while in prison. You see? So, trait and personalities are related to charisma. People can be trained to exhibit charismatic behavior. In fact, that is what I've been saying. I have not reached that particular line. People can be trained to exhibit charismatic behavior. People can be trained, and which is what we are learning now. If we can imbibe most of this concept, always articulate a new vision, and of course, be willing to take certain risks, but calculated risks, of course. And of course, be sensitive to people working under you, or people, your colleagues, your peers. Before you know, your peers will begin to see you as a leader. Can you see? Even when you are all equal, but they begin to see, there's something different about this person. And this person needs to be accorded some respect. Before you know it, when any position comes in the organization, they say, no, who will go? They say, no, we want this guy to represent us. I see. That is what we call leadership emergence. I see. Leadership emerges. Mandela was not the only person in prison among the ANC members or among the freedom fighters or protesters. But how did he emerge? And I told you that he was even reporting to other bigger shots like Governor Mbeki, like, of course, Walter Sisulu, like people like, what is his name again, Oliver Tambo, and all the rest. And all of a sudden, he became the recognized leader. You see? The recognized leader. You see? So people can be trained to exhibit charismatic leadership. All right. So why do we always discuss Mandela? Because Mandela is not just a local leader. He has been recognized as a world icon. Can you see? That is to say, even if when I'm teaching in Nigeria, I will give reference to Nelson Mandela. Can you see? He has been recognized as a global icon. Can you see? So, how charismatic leadership influence followers? First step are the process. One, leader articulates an attractive vision. And vision is expressed in terms of vision statement. And I think when I was giving you about also SWOT analysis, I spoke about the mission. But in some when developing SWOT analysis, some people start with the vision. From the vision, you move to the mission. From the mission, you weigh your external and internal environment before you get to your strategic choice. Can you see? So vision, a formal long-term strategy to attain a goal is your vision. And of course, vision link past, present, and future. What has been happening in what historical context, what is happening in the current, and of course, what do you want? Where do you want to be in future, in the next 5 years? And of course, another step in the process, of course, is leaders communicate high performance expectations. And also tell followers that I am confident in your ability. Can you see? All right. I'm just gulping my coffee. They say smell the coffee and wake up. All right. Great. So I said, leaders communicate high performance expectation and confidence in followers' ability to achieve this expectation. It's not just communicating the high performance expectation, but convince your subordinates. I am confident that you have the ability of getting there. That is inspiring them. Can you see? But some leaders just criticize their subordinate. That will, okay, I will talk about that when we speak on motivation. I know the topic normally comes under motivation and in some textbook under leadership. That is theory, what is known as theory S and Y of motivation, or theory S and Y of leadership. There are certain leaders that believe that employees are hardworking, they are highly motivated, and they can achieve, they can do the job they wish to work. But there are some leaders that feel that employees are inexperienced, they are not hardworking, they are weak. As such, they need to be forced to do the work. Can you see? But a leader that wants to influence his employee, empower them or inspire them, will always make them to feel confident in themselves and believe in them. Can you see? And you see that those employees that you tell, I believe in you, will achieve more than those ones you tell, no, you are not experienced, you are lazy, you are weak, will perform better than those ones. That is the ones that are express or giving full confidence that they can do it, perform better than those who say no, they cannot do it. And this is a natural philosophy. It's what is known as self-fulfilling prophecy. If you say someone is good, they'll be good. Even do that at home also, as parents. If you convince your child that, oh, you are good, you are doing the best, tomorrow before you come back, the child will do better things that you have actually praised him for. But if you tell a child, no, when the child wants to do that, he should be panicking. What will I do now to impress this person? And he may end up doing the wrong thing. So leaders communicate high performance expectation and convince subordinate that I'm confident about your ability to achieve. That is another aspect in terms of the four-step processes, how charismatic leader influence followers. The next aspect, which is number 3, is leaders conveys a new set of values by setting an example. You see? Leaders, in order for us to achieve this mission, leaders conveys, tell subordinates about some new values, some new value system, or how we can actually get this. And a leader, not just communicating it to them or conveying it to them, the leader must put it in practice for subordinates to see. That is to say, do what I do and do what I say. There are some leaders that will say, do what I say, but don't do what I do. Those are bad leaders. Can you see? The leader must say, do what I say and do what I do. Can you see? So to do what you do, a leader must set an example. Can you see? You cannot tell your subordinate, please don't urinate there. And tomorrow your subordinate finds you as a leader urinating there. Can you see? So definitely there's a no. This guy is not a leader. Even if they cannot confront you, they will not have no. This guy cannot be trusted. Can you see? So leaders convey a new set of values by setting an example. Leaders engage in emotion-inducing. That is for charismatic leaders. They engage in emotion-inducing and often unconventional behavior to demonstrate conviction about the vision. All right. Let me just put my battery on. All right. It's just giving me some signal. Right. We progress. So leaders engage in emotional inducing and often unconventional behavior to demonstrate conviction. If you notice, for instance, let me use Martin Luther King. When Martin Luther King says 1 million man march, he will be in the forefront marching many kilometers to deliver his speech. Can you see? That is emotion inducing. And when he delivers his speech, you can see this speech is coming from the heart. Can you see? Emotion inducing. Leaders engage in emotion inducing and often unconventional behavior. Unconventional behavior to demonstrate conviction about a vision. And at times, some people at times attribute some mysticism to charismatic leaders. I think there's something about this guy that is mystical, a mystery. A mystery. A mystery. And of course, one of the most powerful charismatic leaders, even Jesus Christ, can be considered as charismatic. You see, people attribute certain behavior about him. You see. So leaders engage in emotional, inducing, and often unconventional behavior to demonstrate conviction about the vision. All right. We progress. Charismatic leadership issue. Importance of vision. Importance of vision. The vision must be inspirational. The vision should be capable of inspiring your followers. If you articulate a vision that cannot inspire, that is weak, people will not follow your vision. You see? The vision must be value-centered. It must be valuable to your subordinate, to everybody who is following that vision. And of course, the vision must be achievable, realizable. Can you see? Don't articulate a vision that is impossible. Can you see? For instance, if you tell your members to develop double head, that is unrealizable. It is impossible. Or if you tell your members that, in fact, for you people to get freedom, you really need to lock yourself in the room and kill everybody in the room. Definitely, where is the freedom if everybody dies? That is unrealizable. It should be realizable vision. And given with superior imaginary and articulation. I say vision must be given with superior imaginary. Make them to imagine something new and articulation. All right. So charismatic leadership, charismatic effectiveness and situation. When is charismatic effective? Situational aspect of charismatic. Charismatic work best when followers tax has an ideological component. Can you see? When followers tax have a kind of ideological component. Charisma work best when there is a lot of stress and uncertainty in the environment, like the heydays of apartheid in South Africa. That is what triggered a person like Mandela to the forefront. Charisma work best when leaders is the when the leader is at the upper level of the organization. Can you see? That is when charisma work best. When, of course, there is that power distance between followers to a certain extent, when followers look up to the leader all the time. Can you see? Charisma work best when followers have low esteem and self-worth. Can you see? It works best when followers have low esteem and self-worth. Can you see? That is when charisma works best. And I gave you an instance of India with regards to Mahatma Gandhi. I told you that the majority of followers of Gandhi, when he arrived in India, were the lower caste. And the lower caste were people with low self-esteem and self-worth. Those people who believe that they are born poor, that it is their inheritance to be poor and serve the richer class. And of course, that is what made Gandhi and the Gandhian dynasty to remain popular up to today in India. You see, Gandhi, although a very educated man, Gandhi, although a former military man that fought alongside the British in the war against even South Africa, and later became a British lawyer, went back to India and identified with the lowest of the lowest class and started dressing like them. If you look at Gandhi at a later age, he dresses like the Harijans. And in fact, he was the one that gave the Harijans, that is the lower class, the title of Harijan. That is children of God. Otherwise, they were considered as the lower class, the scheduled class. Can you see? Because India have what they call caste system, which is, of course, the upper class are the Brahmins, the middle class are the Casterias, those are the military wing, and the lower class are the lowest of the lowest class that serve the other classes. They build the road, they build the houses, they pull the racial pullers in India, those who use bicycle to transport people from one area to the other. Look at them very well. You see that these people are just the destitutes of India. You see. And of course, we also have charisma is not always good. We also have the dark side of charisma. Can you see? Ego-driven charismatics allow their self-interest and personal goal to override the organization's goal. Can you see? Ego-driven. Like I told you, Adolf Hitler was charisma, but his ego drove him to want to recolonize the world, including Britain. Can you see? He said he wants to conquer the world. He wants to subject Britain. He wants to subject Britain to be under Germany. Can you see? He wants the world to bow to Germany. He killed more than 1 million Jews in the gas chamber. Can you see? His charisma, his popularity, his Nazi movement brought Germany almost to its knee after the Second World War, to the extent that Germany was fragmented into East and West Germany, you see, which was, of course, unified at the dawn of globalization, where we now have a single Germany. You see? So we have leaders who have used their charisma to actually perpetrate things that are bad in society. We have given example of course, Mugabe, who was charismatic during the struggle time. But towards the end of his regime, he wanted to perpetrate himself in power. Many were killed, many were maimed by his military men. And you see, by his ZANU-PF, we see that in television. So from charisma, he became almost a wicked leader. Can you see that? He became almost a negative leader, and you cannot compare his nature of leadership and that of Mandela. You see that he is a man that I still respect among the African leaders, because he is only one of the African leaders that speaks into the West the way it is. Can you see? He's the only leader, one of the only leader in Africa that tells the West the way it is. Can you see? But he lost. He lost that charisma almost towards the end of his tenure as a leader, and he was forced out of leadership by the military, of course, through a kind of an understanding with one of his lieutenant, Emerson Mnangagwa, or something of that nature. Emerson Mnangagwa. Who are the Zimbabweans in this class? I always find it difficult to pronounce that Mnangagwa. So when I pronounce it to some of my Zimbabwe friends here, they laugh, they laugh at me. All right. So that is that, you know. So charisma can be good, but it can be used negatively. And I gave you instance like Jacob Zuma was charismatic when he was coming to leadership. His charisma. But of course, that popularity, that charisma also almost brought certain negativity that seems to be attributed to him also, with regards to how the resources of the nation was managed. So charisma can be positive. It can bring positive into a nation or organization. It can also, the ego stemming from charisma. They say too much of praises can, of course, enter into the head of a leader, and he can begin to do all kinds of things. You see? And of course, when I look at, of course, also the leadership of Idi Amin in Uganda, Idi Amin was very charismatic. You see, he was very charismatic, but also he was brutal. You see, so he used his charisma also in a negative format. You see. Otherwise, Idi Amin of Uganda was very popular among the world leaders during his time, to the extent that Queen Elizabeth invited him to England. That was why he told Queen Elizabeth, "Thank you very much. If you come back to Uganda, if you visit me in Uganda, I will revenge your hospitality." You see, so he was a charismatic leader. He was loved by other leaders like Gaddafi. He was loved by leaders even in Israel, and so many leaders in Saudi and all the rest. His people also love him for some of his behaviors, you know, but he used also his charisma in a negative way, because he is always looking out for his political opponent, or anybody that says anything negative about Idi Amin would definitely miss. They will whisk you off. And you see, so that is the issue of charisma. And you see, the issue of charisma. You know, so it can be used positively, and of course, it can also be used negatively when ego-driven charismatic allow their self-interest and personal goal to override the organization's or the country's interest, as the case may be. All right, we progress. Now, there is also another leadership format, which is, of course, beyond charismatic leader, which is referred to as level 5 leaders. You see, level 5 leaders, very effective leaders who possess the 4-type typical leadership trait of individual competency. They are very competent, individual competency. They, of course, have team skills. They have team skills. They also have managerial competency. And of course, they have the ability to stimulate others to high performance. And of course, plus one critical new trait. They have also a blend of personal humility. Level 5 leaders have also a blend of personal humility and professional will. You see, personal egos need are focused directed towards building great company. Personal ego needs are directed, can you see? Personal ego needs are focused towards building the great company. So that is to say, your personal ego is sacrificed towards building a great company. So subordination of your ego towards the building of a great organization. And of course, level 5 leaders take responsibility for failures and give credit to others for success. Can you see? When the objective fails, they take responsibility. That is accountability that we spoke about with regards to Nelson Mandela. And of course, when they succeed, they give credit to others. When others are trying to praise him as a leader, a level 5 leader, oh, sir, without you, no, no, you guys did it, not me. I'm just there to direct. You see, there are people like that. You see, when something is achieved and they come to praise you, they will just move back the praises to you. They will reverse it. No, you did it. I was just there to direct. But you people did it. There are leaders like that. But there are some leaders that want to take the glory of everybody without acknowledging others who contributed. Those are bad leaders. You see, a leader that always give glory to the group and, of course, take sole responsibility when there's failure. That is level 5 leader. All right. Is that clear, colleagues? So far.
Just a question on that, Prof.
Okay.
Is this a specific author's leadership trait theory, or where does the terminology level 5 leader come from? Is there something like a level 1 leader and a level 2 leader, for example?
Okay, no, not really level 1 leader. They've just put it as beyond charisma. It has to also do with charismatic, but now above charisma, you know. And it's just a term that was coined by the originator of the leadership style, level 5 leader. I think we can also read that as an area of research, investigate. I will also investigate why level 5 as a term was used for such kind of leaders, you know. So I will investigate that. I will check why it was so. But it is the term used by the originator of that particular leadership trait.
Could it be not that?
Yeah?
Sorry, I just want to know, is it maybe because of there's 4 characteristics that's general or typical, and then if you possess that extra one, you go to 5 characteristics, and therefore it's called level 5 leadership. And the 5th one being that extra blend of ego.
Yes, yeah, of course. Yeah, it could be, which is why +1 critical new trait. Yeah, 4 has been listed. That is, of course, 4 leadership, very effective leaders who possess 4 typical leadership traits. 4 typical individual competency, team skill, managerial competency, and ability to stimulate others to high performance, +1 critical.
I think we lost you, Prof.
Please don't tell me it's load shedding again.
Yes, South Africa is trying to kill us.
But thanks, Eric. I think that makes it clearer now, this level 5 leaders.
Yeah, I was also thinking about it. That's why I noticed that. And that looks like load shedding.
Definitely fun.
Franklin, where are you? You know what to do.
Okay, let me
Call the
try
man.
Prof is not answering.
Oh,
Yeah, maybe it's on silent and is not looking at the phone.
okay. Are you calling him on WhatsApp?
Normal line.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Eric, is Prof your friend? How do you have his direct number? Or
His
Sorry,
number is in the
First name.
handbook.
Yes, I got it from the handbook.
oh, okay. Is it a South African?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
You guys wanted to associate with you so you would talk nicely at the end of the semester or at the end of the course.
Okay, colleagues, I'm back. Hello? Hello, are you guys still with me?
Yes,
Hi,
Professor.
Prof.
Prof.
Okay.
Where were you? Where were you?
Your video is frozen now. I think you must start it again. Okay.
Okay.
Did the power go?
Yeah, the power went off. Yeah. It's a
Good.
challenge. All right. We're still talking about level 5. Can you guys see it?
Yes, Prof, we can see it again now.
Okay, great. Yeah. I think Eric, thank you very much for your foresight. Yeah, that is the 4 very effective leadership who possess the 4 typical leadership traits of individual competency, team skill, managerial competence, and ability to stimulate others to high performance, plus 1 critical one, which is the 5th one. A blend of personal humility and, of course, professional will. Then personal ego need are focused or directed towards building a great company, take responsibility for failure, and give credit to others for success. So in addition to the previously traits that were actually identified for leadership trait, plus 1, which is the level 5 leaders, So charisma include, of course, a charismatic leader will, of course, have individual competency, of course, have team skill, and of course, have managerial competency and ability to stimulate others to high performance. The same thing, of course, some of the traits identified with leadership trait. Then plus now this blend of humility, personal humility, and professional will, and subordination of personal ego towards building a great company, and of course always take responsibility for failure and giving credit to others. Okay, so that makes it the level 5. All right. Does that make sense?
Yes, now it makes sense. Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Eric.
Fantastic. All right.
Great stuff.
Great. Now we have 2 contemporary leadership styles, which is, of course, please, if you can unmute, so that we are not hearing echoes on the background. I don't know where the noise is coming from. So we have 2 major type of contemporary leadership style. One is transactional leadership style, and of course, the other one is also transformational leadership style. When we talk about transactional leadership style, transactional leaders are leaders who guide or motivate their followers in the direction of established goal by clarifying roles and task requirements. Now, with regards to transformational leader inspire. Can you see? Transactional leader guide and motivate. Transformational leader inspire followers to transcend their own self-interest for the good of the organization. they can have a profound and extraordinary effect on followers. Can you see? However, recent studies have been able to actually show that the two leadership approach are not actually opposed to one another. I remember my PhD student, Dr. Philip Adekambi, did his PhD on this two leadership approach with regards to some of the dimensions that relate to defiant behavior in the workplace, which of the leadership approach can be able to manage both issues related to defiant behaviors. And of course, both of them are not opposed, really opposed. They can be used in a complementary way. Can you see? Not opposing, but complementary approaches to leadership. Great transformational leader must also be transactional. Only one type is not enough for success. So one should know when to balance them or when to use one more than the other with regards to some of the leadership approaches. All right. Characteristics of the two types of leadership approach with regards to transformational and transactional. In terms of transactional leadership uses the following contingent reward. Can you see? Transactional leaders always reward you based on your contribution. Can you see? So in terms of contingent reward, contracts exchange of reward for effort, promises reward for good performance, recognizes accomplishment. That is to say, transactional leaders normally also use extrinsic motivation to obtain performance. And of course, transactional leaders also use management by exception. Management by exception is, of course, sometimes when you normally leave a good performing employee to continue doing what he or she is doing and focusing on those who are not performing. Can you see? However, management by exception can be of two types. One is active management by exception, that is, watches and searches for deviation from rules and standards, and of course takes corrective action. The management by exception passive is, of course, intervenes only if standards are not met. And of course, transitional leadership also uses, of course, laissez-faire. Can you see? Laissez-faire is abdicate responsibilities and avoid making decisions. And that will fall under what I showed you in Mouton, what I show you in Mouton and Blake's leadership grid, which of course can be likened to country club management. You see, abdicate responsibility, leader avoid making decisions. You see. And of course, with regards to transformational leader, on the other hand, transformational leader use idealized influence. They don't use money as a motivation. They want a kind of intrinsic motivation. They provide vision and sense of mission, and they instill pride in you if the vision is accomplished. Can you see? You gain respect and trust. Can you see? So that is more or less intrinsic motivation, that people should pursue the goal because they love what they are doing. Can you see? And of course, transformational leaders use inspiration. They inspire people, communicate high expectation, uses symbols to focus effort, expresses important issues simply. You see. And of course, transformational leaders also use intellectual stimulation, promote intelligence among their members or subordinates, promote rationality, tell them what is rational, and of course, promote problem solving. You see. So intellectual stimulation. And another aspect with regards to how transformational leaders operate, or their characteristics, is individual consideration. They give personal attention. They give personal attention to each of the individuals among the team. And they also coaches, they advise, and of course also mentor, if possible, some of their subordinates. Can you see? So if you look at both sides, you can see that one side believe in extrinsic motivation, and the other side believe in intrinsic motivation, by using idealized influence, inspiration, and of course, intellectual stimulation, with of course, individual consideration. All right. Now you can see the diagram there. The diagram is of the view that from the other side, from the left-hand side, you see leadership style listed from passive to very active. Note the ineffective styles are mostly transactional. It is also about influencing followers. Can you see? Why is the ineffective style considered as transactional? Because, of course, when you look at motivation theory, they say one is more motivated when you begin to do things because it pleases you to do it. That is intrinsic motivation. People at lower level normally go for extrinsic motivation, like pay, promotion, and of course, the financial incentive. But people at higher level of the hierarchy now goes for what they call self-actualization. Can you see? So they are not motivated by money because they are receiving a lot of salary, and they are already occupying a big position in the organization. So they rather prefer to be motivated by intrinsic motivation. Things like reward, things like certificates. If you come to my office or my wall, you see I'm surrounded by certificates that have been given to me in different fora. In fact, last year, I received a Life Achievement Award from Marcus, who is who, in the USA. Those certificates gives me joy. Can you see? It makes me feel fulfilled, apart from the salary that I receive in my organization. That external organizations across the globe recognizes what I have contributed to humanity through knowledge. Can you see? So those are the things that actually placate me or make me happy at this stage. Can you see? Not really the financial aspect, that you are recognized in what you do. That even sometimes they call you to come and deliver lectures across the globe to share more thought about things you have written some years back. And you see, those are the things that motivate me. And the fact that your work is cited all over the world, it gives an academic joy. And you see, so those are things that inspire. So transformational leaders really focus on intrinsic motivation, while transactional leaders, because it's transactional, monetary, or kind of a physical incentive, then it's mainly something to motivate lower cadre subordinates. So if you look at it now, the diagram there, passive, if you look at the diagram, all the passive leadership approach, laissez-faire, management by exception, contingent reward, seems to be at the lower part of that graph or chart. Then at the top there, you can see they are all transformational approach, which of course, and of course, intellectual stimulation, inspirational motivation, and of course, idealized influence. And that is considered as very active leadership approach, and is considered effective. But somehow, the lower one is considered very ineffective or passive. But like I said initially, both of them cannot be totally ignored. You can actually use the positive aspect of them to each of them to improve your leadership approach when you want to manage your subordinate. Definitely, you cannot do without rewarding people. People come to work because they want to earn money, to take care of their bills, and to take care of their family. The same way also people come for self-esteem and of course for self-fulfillment or actualization. So a leader, a good leader can of course combine the good qualities of transactional leadership as well as transformational leadership in terms of managing your subordinates. All right. We progress. Issues with transformational leadership, basis for action. Transformational leadership work by encouraging followers to be more innovative and creative by providing ambitious goals. Can you see? Evaluation based on research. Can you see? Evaluation. This theory does show high correlation with desired outcome. The theory, transformational leadership. This type of leadership can be taught. It is of the view that transformational leadership can be taught in schools at the universities. Now, when we compare transformational leadership and charisma, both of them seems to be similar concept. Can you see? But transformational leadership may be considered as broader concept than charismatic leadership or than charisma. So instrument-based research shows the measures to be roughly equivalent. Can you see? Research has shown that both of them, transformational leadership and charismatic leadership approach, are almost equivalent or similar. All right. Now we move to the next leadership approach, which is, of course, authentic leadership. Authentic leadership is based on trust and ethics. You see, leaders who are ethical in practice. And of course, as a result of ethics, are well trusted. You see. Authentic leaders, authentic leaders are ethical people who know who they are, know what they believe in and value, and act on those values and belief openly and candidly. So, primary quality of an ethical leader or an authentic leader is trust. And of course, they normally build trust. We're not covering area of trust. They normally build trust by sharing information. They don't hide information. And of course, within the current 21st century, information should not be hoarded. Information should be shared. So authentic leaders share information. They encourage open communication. When communication is open, there will not be chances for rumors. Can you see? There will not be chances of rumors, because rumors can at times destroy an organization. That is grapevine. When information begins to pass through grapevines, it is always speculated, not really the fact sometimes, you know. So sticking to their ideas, can you see? Authentic leaders build trust by sticking to their ideas, like I spoke about integrity of Nelson Mandela. So still a new topic. Authentic leadership is still a new topic in the leadership discourse, but more research is also needed around authentic leadership. Now, ethics, trust, and leadership. Ethics touches on many leadership styles. As the moral leader of organization, CEOs must demonstrate high ethical standard. In fact, I have already developed a slide, which I will also add to you to know more about ethical leadership. You know, though we may not cover that in our class, but you read it in addition to the information around ethical leadership. All right. So socialize as the moral leader of organizations, CEO must demonstrate high ethical standards. CEOs, chief executive officers of an organization must develop high ethical standards. So socialized charismatic leadership, leaders who model ethical standards. Now we'll talk about trust. What is trust? Trust. Trust is the positive expectation that another person will not act opportunistically. That is to say, for the fact that I have given to you all my information as my leader, you will not take advantage of me. I see. Because if you do that, definitely I will be disappointed and I cannot trust you again tomorrow. I see. So trust is composed of blend of familiarity and willingness to take a risk. There are 5 dimensions of trust. 5 dimensions. The first one there is integrity. The second one there is competence. The third one there is consistency. The fourth one there is loyalty. And of course, the fifth one there is openness. Now let's look at some of these variables or some of these constructs related to trust. Now, when we talk about integrity, integrity simply means honesty and truthfulness. That I'm giving trust to you because you are honest. I'm trusting you because you are honest and truthful. With regards to competency, an individual's technical and interpersonal knowledge and skill is his competency as a manager. And you see, you cannot be a medical doctor controlling lawyers. And you see, so you must have technical competency. And of course, interpersonal competency, how to relate to people, how to manage people. You must have that. That is the only thing that can reinforce trust. And of course, the next one is consistency. An individual's reliability, predictability, and good judgment in handling situations. I see. When somebody can be predicted, when somebody is reliable, then people can actually have trust in such kind of a person. Can you see? Loyalty, the willingness to protect and save face for another person. That is another key dimension of trust. And of course, openness, reliance on the person to give you the full truth. That is being open, openness, reliance on the person to give you the full truth. All right. We move. Now we have the next one is, of course, this one is the key dimensions of trust. The next one is the next one is the types of trust. There are 3 types of trust. The first one is deterrence-based trust. With regards to deterrence-based trust, these are trust that is based on fear of reprisal. If the trust is violated, I see, that is known as deterrence-based trust. If the trust is violated by the other, he will receive punishment. For instance, a manager threatening an employee that if you make a mistake in this, you will face this disciplinary hearing. You see, and the employee is now forced to do it so that he doesn't face discipline. So that is deterrent-based trust. The other one is knowledge-based trust, which is trust based on behavioral predictability that comes from a history of interaction. Can you see? You know this person, you have actually, you believe that he will do what he says. You can predict him on the basis of that. Because you know him, what he can do, then you have to obey him and believe what he says to you. That is what they refer to as knowledge-based trust. The next one is identification-based trust. That is trust based on a mutual understanding of one another's intention and appreciation of the other's want and desire. And you see, somebody having full confidence. For instance, let's say in terms of husband and wife, your wife taking certain decision in your absence and believing that that decision would have been what you would take if you were at home. And you come back also, you thank her because that is actually what you would have taken. That is what we call identification-based trust. Can you see? So even in the organization, there are also trust that exists in that format, where somebody can take decision on your behalf, believing that that would have been the decision you would take. And of course, when you come around, you, oh, thank you very much. In fact, you did what I would have done if I was around. And you see, that is what they call identification-based trust. Now, basic principles of trust. You must keep in mind that mistrust drives out trust. If you don't trust someone, definitely there's no way you can expect the person to trust you. So mistrust drives out trust. The second principle of trust is, trust begat trust. Can you see? Trust gives birth to trust. So if you have trust for me, definitely I will reciprocate and also trust you in good nature. And of course, trust can be regained. Definitely if you have lost the trust, or if somebody have lost trust in you, definitely you can still act in good way to regain your trust. Can you see? Trust can be regained, but it will be a very long time and earnest effort to regain it, to convince the trustee that what happened before, also that is truster and trustee, that what happened before was not actually deliberate. Can you see? And of course, mistrusting group self-destruct. Can you see? When there's mistrust among group or in an organization, can you see? It can, of course, lead to self-destruct. And of course, mistrust generally reduces productivity. When there's no trust in an organization or among people working in an organization, it can, of course, affect performance and, of course, productivity in that particular organization. Then the next aspect is, of course, contemporary leadership role mentoring. In fact, there is an article that I have written with your current HR manager at Nust, that is Sylvia Nerish, who is now called Mrs. Sylvia Schubert. Sylvia was my student in Sylvia was my student in 2009 at Cape Peninsula University of Technology. So her master's thesis was supervised by me. And out of that thesis, we have published more than 5 articles, of which one of them is on mentorship, another one is on retention, another one is on human resources management code. And in fact, her thesis was later converted into a book, which was published in Germany. And and I have presented 2 papers out of her thesis, one in Romania and another one at Durban. Can you see? So I will send you the article also on mentorship and on retention and on HR code by Sylvia Derish and myself, which of course stem from her master's thesis. All right. So when we talk about a mentor is a senior employee who sponsors or supports a less experienced employee, which is of course also referred as the mentee or the protege. Can you see? So good teachers present ideas clearly, listen, and empathize. And so good teachers present ideas clearly. So as a mentor, you must present ideas to the mentee clearly, listen to the mentee, and of course, empathize with the employees. There are 2 functions related to mentorship. Number 1, there is career growth, coaching, assisting, and sponsoring. Can you see? When it comes to career, and of course, the other one is psychological, counseling, sharing, acting as a role model. Can you see? So these are the 2 aspects of mentoring. Can you see? Coaching, assisting, and sponsoring. And of course, the psychological aspect, which have to do with counseling, sharing, act as a role model for the mentee. All right. Mentorship can be either formal or informal. Can you see? Mentors tend to select protege who are similar to them in background, may restrict minorities and women. Can you see? Mentors tend to select protege who are similar to them. I spoke, for instance, the issue of course, white managers in South Africa. where they, if they want to select a mentor, then they select people that look like them also. Can you see? Or, of course, let me say a female manager. When she wants to select, she selects only female that are closer to her. Can you see? So that that is also some of the issues around mentorship. Mentorship can be formal or informal. Mentors tend to select proteges or mentees who are similar to them in background. And of course, that can, of course, restrict minority people or women. I always tell people in South Africa that, of course, it's not a case of minority, it's a case of majority. Because in South Africa, the blacks are more than the whites. So when we discuss in terms of this glass ceiling, and we are using that, it is a barrier to women and minorities. That is American definition, because blacks are the minorities in America. But when it comes to South African context, blacks are the majority. So the barriers, when we talk about glass ceiling, it is the barriers towards majority and women in South Africa or other African countries, as the case may be. All right, we'll progress. Contemporary issues in leadership role continues. Another leadership aspect is, of course, self-leadership. A self-leadership is a set of process through which individuals control their own behavior. A set of process through which individuals control their own behavior. Effective leaders, super leaders, help followers to lead themselves. Good leaders help followers to become leaders themselves. And lead themselves. And of course, this is also reminding me of the self-management team, where teams now take over control of leadership and begin to lead themselves. But with regards to this, it's more or less a kind of individual activity or experience. Can you see? So the important in self-managed team, I think I have also alluded to that. Important in self-managed team. So to engage in self-leadership, the following things should be done for you. That is, of course, a leader. All right. Okay, I think now my battery is running down. I don't know now when the light will come. But I will continue until it totally runs down. I will experience the other laptop, whether I can still continue connect with you guys. Otherwise, if it doesn't connect, then you give me 1 hour. We'll take 1 hour break for me to now drive back home to see whether electricity is in that side to continue the lecture. All right. So to engage in self-leadership, one have to make mental chart of your peers and colleagues. You have to be somebody who want to make a mental chart of your peers and of your colleagues. Number 2, focus on influence. See how you can be influencing them, not on control. Don't try to control them. Don't try to force yourself on them. Don't try to bully them. Don't try to create an intimidating environment. Just focus on how you can influence them. Either always telling them something good, something new in terms of ideas. Then others will become followers. Can you see? Now create opportunity. Do not wait for them. Can you see? Now that you have started influencing them, create an opportunity where definitely they will all be your followers. Can you see? As the case may be. All right. So that is that. We'll progress. The next one is leadership at a distance. Leadership at the distance, which has to do with contemporary leadership role. That is online leadership. We have now what is also referred to online leadership, particularly since within this period of COVID-19. Most of our leaders were operating online. So leadership at a distance, building trust. The lack of face-to-face contact, in electronic communication, remove the non-verbal cues that support verbal interactions. There is no supporting context to assist the receiver with interpretation of an electronic electronic communication. The structure and tone of electronic message can strongly affect the response of the reviewer. An individual's verbal and written communication may not follow the same type. So written skill will likely become an extension of interpersonal skill with regards to, of course, online leadership. All right. We progress. A challenge to leadership construct, attribution theory of leadership. The idea that leadership is merely an attribution that people make about other leaders. Qualities attributed to leaders. There are certain qualities that people attribute to leaders. Leaders are intelligent, outgoing, having strong verbal cues, are aggressive, understanding, and industrious. Effective leaders are perceived as consistent and unwavering in their decision. Effective leaders project the appearance of being a leader. You see. Another challenge to the leadership construct, substitute and neutralizer of leadership. I think this is not a very critical aspect, but you can go through it when you receive the slide. That is, it's not very, very important. Finding and creating effective leaders. Effective leaders can be found or can be located when you do your selection. Can you see? Review specific requirements for the job. Use tests that identify personal traits, personal traits associated with leadership. Can you see? Use tests to identify personal traits associated with leadership. Measure self-monitoring, and of course, assess emotional intelligence during selection. Conduct personal interview to determine candidates' fit with the job. Keep a list of potential candidates. And of course, training, finding and creating an effective leader. Recognize that all people are not equally trainable. Teach skills that are necessary for employees to become effective leaders. And of course, the next one, finding and creating effective leaders. Provide behavioral trainings. Provide behavioral trainings to increase the development potential of Nissan charismatic employees. All right. Now, global implication. Certain type of leadership behavior work better in some culture than in others. You see, in some culture than in others. Charismatic to transformational leadership seem to work across culture. You see, maybe a universal aspect of leadership in its focus on vision and foresight, providing encouragement, trustworthiness, dynamic, positive, and proactive traits. Globalization may be the cause of these common concerns. We may be able to train a universal manager if that person is culturally sensitive. That is to say, anyone who wants to be a leader within the current global context must be culturally sensitive, like I have mentioned. So finally, ladies and gentlemen, companies are looking for transformational leaders, even if they only look the part, or even if they only look the part. Transformational style crosses borders reasonably well. Effective manager must build trust with those they had. Can you see? Effective managers must build trust with those working under them. Leadership selection and training are important in the long-run success of an organization. Thank you very much. Colleagues, are you all still there?
Yes, Prof.
Yes, Prof.
We are here, Prof.
Alive.
Great. Are you happy?
So far, so good.
Yes, we are happy.
Prof, we can only be happy if we graduate, but so far, okay.
You say you'll only be happy when?
When we graduate.
When you graduate.
But so far it's okay.
Okay, no problem. You will certainly graduate. Okay, colleagues, like I said, my battery is going down, and I don't know when they will bring this power back. But if I can continue until the battery gets finished till 1 o'clock, then we can take our lunch by 1. If during the lunch, we can take a longer time today for lunch. We can take at least lunch break of 45 minutes. Is that okay? Yesterday we took 30 minutes. But today we can take a lunch break of 45 minutes. Is that okay?
Okay, Prof.
That's fine.
Okay, fantastic.
But let's not start with a new chapter now, Prof.
You said let's not start with a new chapter.
No, maybe just after lunch.
It seems you're very hungry. Okay, let's do this one now. So from now, this is 12:45. So definitely now we will take our lunch and come back by we'll come back by 1:30. Is that okay?
Okay, Prof.
We'll come back by 1:30, which is 45 minutes.
Oh, no problem.
5, 10, 15, 45. Yeah, we'll come back by 1:30. So, colleagues, you can take your lunch break now. And myself, just before you go for your lunch break, let me see if I can log in with my other laptop, and let me see whether it will function here. Please, just give me a minute. Let me see whether it will work. If it can work, then I may not need to travel back to Rambegh to join you guys. I can continue my lecture here. Logged in team. Okay, I have been able to log in. Let me see. I'm not seeing the group here.
We can hear you.
Yeah, I'm just trying to log in just to see. Just a minute. I'm just trying to log in. Okay, let me just log off and come back. Just give me just a minute. I'm almost there. Okay, yeah. Okay, colleagues, I'm joining the general meeting. Can you guys see me? I'm hearing some noise.
Yeah, we can hear you.
You can hear me?
You have two devices. Yes. There we go.
Okay.
Yeah, you need to mute
Okay, I
that
think
device.
I will start with the other laptop when we come back from lunch. Let me first share some of the articles so that we know that we're on the same page. Sorry, let me share some of the slide. Right. Can you guys see the slide?
Yes, Prof.
Great.
Chapter 17.
Okay. So I will continue with the next. I'll continue with the other laptop until they bring light. Then the other one can be on charger. At least before we finish the battery on this one, maybe the light will come. All right. Okay. Thank you very much, colleague. At least I will just leave it to be running. But probably we will start with organizational structure. Let me go for organizational structure before we talk about culture. All right. Yeah, organizational structure. Right. Okay, can you see the new slide? Organizational structure. Can you see it?
Yes, Prof.
Yeah.
Yes, Prof.
Fantastic. Okay, go and enjoy your lunch. We'll meet by 1:30.
All right.
Great. Mm. Mm-mm.
Hello, Professor.
Yes, I'm here. Any question?
Yeah, just your mic is a bit on. Will you be able to mute it a bit, maybe?
You said my mic is on.
Yeah, it's just a background.
Okay. I can
Thank you.
off. I can off my mic now.
Yeah, thank you.
Great. Okay, right, colleagues, are you all back? Are you back?
Yes, Prof.
Great. Can you see the slide? Can you see the slide?
We can see the slide.
You can see the slide. What are you
Yes,
seeing there?
organizational structure
Great,
and
great,
key elements.
great. Just like I told you, this laptop is the latest one, but somehow it's working today. So we'll be using that. And in fact, let me try the slideshow, whether it can be functional. Let me just try it. If it is, yeah, the slideshow. Is it moving?
Yes, yes, we can see it.
Okay, it's moving.
Yep.
Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah. So we are seeing, what are you guys seeing now? What are you seeing on your decks now? Hello?
Organizational structure, how job tasks are formally divided.
Okay. What are you seeing now?
Key design questions and answers for designing proper organization structure.
Fantastic, fantastic. Meaning the slideshow of this other laptop is working. Okay. Okay, colleagues, we're going to start with organizational structure. What is organizational structure? Can you see? We have already mentioned what organization is all about. Organizational structure simply refers to how work or how job tasks are formally divided, grouped, and coordinated. It's all about coordination. You see, that is organizational structure. And of course, key elements in organizational structure include work specialization, departmentalization, and of course, chain of command, and of course, span of control, and of course, centralization and decentralization, and of course, formalization. These are the key elements of organizational structure. All right. And of course, key design questions and answer for designing the proper organizational structure, key design structure. Now look at the questions there. Question on your left-hand side, and of course, answer to the structure that you are trying to obtain on your right-hand side. Number one, what degree are activities subdivided into separate jobs? When you are asking about what degree are activities subdivided into separate jobs, you are talking about work specialization. The answer to that is work specialization. On what basis will job be grouped together? When you are talking about on what basis should job be grouped together, you are talking about departmentalization. On what basis will job be grouped together? You are talking about departmentalization. And of course, when we talk about, when we refer to whom do individual or group report to, we are talking about chain of command. I see. We are referring to chain of command. And of course, when you are asking or when you are trying to know how many individuals can a manager efficiently or effectively direct, you are talking about span of control. Now, when the question is, where does decision-making authority lies? You are talking about whether decision-making is centralized or decentralized. When decision-making is centralized, the decision comes from one person at the top. But when decision is decentralized Of course, the personal dictator have also allowed other functional areas to make decisions, which is, of course, delegation of decision-making power or authority. Now, when you talk in terms of to what degree will there be rules and regulation to direct employees and managers, you are talking about formalization. To what degree will there be rules and regulation? And you see, when there are rules and regulation, that then is formalized. But when there is no rules and regulation, that is informalized, informal. That is why we have formal grouping and informal grouping, because in informal grouping, there is no rules and regulation. It springs up spontaneously. The same thing also applies to formal and informal organization. You see, most of the small-scale businesses are sometimes informal businesses. You see, so there is no formality. You see. So keep this in mind. To what extent are activities subdivided into separate jobs? The response to that is work specialization. On what basis will jobs be grouped together? Certain related jobs to group together. The answer to that is departmentalization. And I have given you a little bit insight on that when I was introducing the course, whereby all closely related costs are grouped together, like under the human resources, you meet payroll, you meet employee relations, you meet benefit department, you meet, all those kind of related jobs are grouped. And I also mentioned in the finance department, you meet auditors, you meet bookkeepers, you meet, grouped together. And that is known as departmentalization. And to whom do individuals or group report to? That is a report. To whom do individuals and group report? That is chain of command. How many people can report to one particular boss? Can you see? And of course, how many individuals can a manager efficiently or effectively direct? That is span of control. Can you see? So that managers can effectively and efficiently direct. That is span of control. Because if the span is too wide, a manager can lose control. Can you see? So if the span of control is also too narrow, a manager may there could be also not optimal performance. Can you see? So how many individuals can a manager efficiently and effectively manage? That comes under span of control. Where does decision-making authority lies? That comes under centralization. Whether the organization is operating in a bureaucratic manner, or the organization has also given decision-making power to other departments within the organization. And of course, to what degree will there be rules and regulation to direct employees and managers? That is either formalization or informalization. All right. Informalization is when the degree to which there are rules and regulation directing employee is not there. Can you see? All right. What is organizational structure? Continues. We have already given an insight what organizational structure refers to. And now we are going to now take a decision on some of the nitty-gritties or elements of organizational structure. Now we'll take first and foremost work specialization. Work specialization is the degree to which tasks in the organization are subdivided into separate jobs. Can you see? Work specialization is the degree to which tasks in the organization are subdivided into separate jobs. And when we talk about work specialization, it was, of course, the idea of Adam Smith. Can you see? That Adam Smith promoted work specialization. Adam Smith is of the view that each job are fragmented in smaller pieces and people focusing on what they do best, then definitely they will increase productivity and, of course, profit for the organization. You see, that is the degree to which tax organizations are subdivided into separate parts. And as a result of specialization, previously in those days we have the craftsmen before the dawn of the first industrial revolution. The craftsmen normally produce the product holistically. They start from gathering the minute part of the product or the raw materials. They develop it and they can say, take ownership of the product. But as a result of technology and the introduction of technology in the workplace, we have what they call the factory system. And as a result of that, Adam Smith proposed that instead of these craftsmen producing everything, work should be fragmented and each person dealing with what he knows how to do best. And this was actually emphasized in the pin-making industry in England in those days. Can you see? So, but however, as time goes on, another powerful philosopher like Kamas felt that work specialization was exploitation of labor. Can you see? That as a result of work specialization, the laborers or the employees lose their craftsmanship. They lose their ownership to the products that they produce. Because now if each person is producing a component of a product, they would not know who is the original producer. Can you see? And he felt that this was actually one way that the capitalist was exploiting the working class. You see? And according to him, as a result of the factory system, Karl Marx was able to criticize that human beings became an appendage of the machine. For instance, a good example of work specialization was Fordism